Alright, so in a nutshell, hold on a second. I'm gonna try to pass this through to here. Hold on a second. I want music. But I think it's still bugging out. Fuck. Dang it. Well, this one seems to be working at least. Alrighty. Alright, so today I got fucked over by fucking Dispatch. I used 30% of my available Fable tokens in literally an hour. So fuck you, Dispatch. I'm making my own. So step one essentially is gonna be building a, from like the conclusion I drew from this is basically building a script builder, essentially. So like a script builder and workflow builder, workflow and script builder. It basically builds the workflow and then populates a script with that workflow to execute, or a script that imports workflows and then executes them. That might be better actually. Let's do that. So that's basically what we're gonna do right now, because holy shit, dude. That was insane. Like all I did was literally check this out. I was like, all right, make me a workflow to launch at like 1:50 p.m. And I was like, all right, bet. So do this, run it with Fable, use these sub agents from that, and then move forward from there, right? Optimize for token usage. Use Fable, but a little bit, not too much, to basically not like oversaturate the model. Like you want to like when the not oversaturate the model, not use all my fucking tokens. So then Dispatch decides I'm gonna use Fable for fucking everything. I gave it a couple of different works, like jobs, and then after that it did all the jobs using Fable, literally non-stop. So then it burned through 30% of my weekly Fable quota in a matter of like 30 minutes. Which is obnoxiously annoying. So fuck that. Dispatch is not done yet. It's definitely still in beta. It says beta on it too, and I just used it as if it was still like actually a thing. So fuck that. We're gonna make one. And I'm still gonna use Dispatch to start with, but I'm patching it into my fucking dock just because I'm just sick and tired of like third-party shit. Like I want my shit in-house. I don't want no third-party bullshit. All right, so let's get to it. So essentially I started trying to talk to it about it, but let's fucking do the workflow on this. Let's do a little bit of a fucking little thing. This is my little fucking ice cream my papa gave me. I'm gonna put this shit on the side. All right, here we go. God damn it. Water rings. Okay. So, you have the script. Build and launch Cloud Code. All right. So, in a nutshell, what we're doing is this. You do Dispatch, not Dispatch, fucking, oh my god. Okay, so prompt. From prompt, workflow.md file. The workflow.md file gets put through here, pushed through there. This same subagent then triggers and populates script. then the outcome of this is going to be, god damn it, dude, it's so annoying not having enough. I need a bigger desk. It's so crazy. This desk is ginormous and I still need a bigger desk. It's just this fucking keyboard is like, oh my god. Alright, that wasn't smart. Hold on a second. Alright, there we go. So I can push this over here. Fucking elbow room. Alright, cool. So, in a nutshell, you have the script, build, launch. Okay, so then it does output, work, and then plus so output work plus report plus token percentage used. And then what we're gonna do is log. We're gonna take this and this, and we're gonna make a log. So it's gonna be task plus percentage. We're gonna use this to basically calculate averages of tasks. So we could do a table for that, maybe some SQL shit. SQL tables would be workflow. Columns would be date, also time. So then date, duration, percentage, and basically this is then going to trigger a math, another update table which would be time, let me think. It'd be an update table averages. Same, which would be duration, so it'd be like task dir percent. That's pretty much it, essentially. And from this, you can tell how long or what kind of percentage it's going to use. And then you can use this percentage and duration to essentially... Basically, you can use this percentage and duration to essentially estimate how much, what kind of percentage, or what kind of, like, your percentages. So you can basically plan out weeks, 5-hour chunks, in relation to how long you think, how much you think it would use, how long it takes, roughly, because then you optimize for time and tokens. because you only have 5-hour windows, right? So those are the two main variables when it comes to Claude Code. So if you do that shit, fucking, that's it. Easy peasy, 10 minutes. Fuck yeah. I'll be back. I'm gonna show my parents this. I'm proud of this shit. I just showed my parents this and they're super proud. Okay. All right, let's go. So the other thing that I need is tokens used. Input and out. Number. So this also has another column. In, out, number. And then for this one, for the averages for this one, oh fuck. Hold on, here we go. So this is you have the tokens used percentage, but also input number out and input number in. Well, input and output, right? And then you grab those and you do input and output. But then here you go percentage per out, percentage per in. So then you can also base it on this. So this has to also be able to read. This also has to be able to read. It has to be able to read. Hold on. Fuck. This has to be able to read the ticket. It has to be able to read the source. So that could be like a file in your code base. That could be anything. So those are the other variables that I almost forgot about. I was talking to my pop about this and I was like, I like talking to him because it's like he doesn't get it always, but like he supports me. He likes to be a sounding wall for me, so it's good. I really am grateful. But that's basically what we're gonna do with that. And with this, we can do a whole other workflow where basically we optimize weeks, optimize schedule. I'm gonna send this to my buddy. I'm so fucking proud, dude. Dude, after this whole thing that happened with fucking Dispatch, I made this because fuck Anthropic and all their bullshit. So check this out. Basically, prompt is gonna make a workflow.md. Then it's gonna trigger if it already exists. It's gonna trigger it. Basically, this is a script. It's gonna populate the script with the MD file. It's gonna read source and output how many tokens how many input tokens it's gonna be. So that's gonna be this variable here. It's going to output the work and a report and the tokens used and the input number and the output number. Then it's going to log it in a SQL table, and then basically it's going to have the date, duration, also the amount of time used for the task, and then the percentage of tokens used, and then the number in and number out. And then I'm going to do an averages one where basically you have the task, the workflow, then the duration, then the percentage, then the percentage out per percentage in average per percentage. Dude, after this whole thing that happened with fucking Dispatch, I made this because fuck Anthropic and I'm so fucking proud of this shit. And all their bullshit. So check this out. I'm gonna send this to my buddy. David, check this out, dude. So I was using this thing called Dispatch today from Anthropic, and basically it enables you to use the Claude code from your cell phone. But dude, it did this fucked up thing today. It's still in beta, so it's like it didn't surprise me. I just took the L. But basically, so I told it to make me a workflow for this thing to launch at 1:50 p.m. And then it fucking ended up using, then I gave it a couple of other tasks, and then ended up using Fable for literally every single task. So it burned through 30% of my Fable quota with like menial tasks in like 30 minutes. And dude, oh my god, it hurts. It stung so bad because I lost like an entire, it's like, that's, you know, that's fucking like 2 days worth of Fable in like 30 minutes. So then I made this. And then basically the goal would be to have like a whole set of tasks that you do, right? That would be optimized, like an optimized scheduler that uses these averages. So then it basically can say, all right, let's say this one's predicted to use potentially like roughly 70% of your token base. But let's say you have stuff that's scheduled for Friday that uses like 10% each. Then it's like, okay, well that gives us like 30% headroom. So let's do 2 of those just in case, and then move those up to Monday because they're predicted to only use 20% total, and that gives us 10% headroom. And then be able to optimize your entire, so you use the most for like the duration because you only have 5 hour windows of 100%. So then you basically optimize for time and percentage per 5 hour window. And then you basically just use it as much as you possibly can during that time. This would be better if I had like the fucking bigger plan, but this is the goal. I'm gonna apply this to a local model. And then basically the goal would be to have... I'm fucking proud of this shit, dude. God damn it. I'm gonna surprise my buddy with this on Wednesday, actually, I think. Whoa. Each one of these I was watching my own fucking reel because I do that. You gotta study yourself. Alrighty. Okay. Let's break this shit down now. Okay, so we got an overview. Pretty much what we gotta build. Next step is gonna basically be what we do with this. Let's build it out into elements. So actually we got this here. Okay. So we need template builder for this, right? Then we need the script. So it's gonna be like, and then folder. What else do we need for this? Actually, it's gonna be like folder. Do we want that? So it's like a folder, and then a folder that's for the workflows, and then inside of here, each one of the workflows types. And then the template is going to go in here. Like that. So then the template builder, the template goes in here, and then the folder has all the different types of folder, all the types, and then in there, workflow. So it's like a category kind of situation. Workflow. There could be like workflow from inside of each one of these, like that. There could be multiple workflows for the different types of folders. And then also trigger workflow that ties to Claude Code. Both of these tied to Claude Code, Claude.md. So this is trigger workflow, so trigger for each one of, for this folder here. And it's gonna go type, workflow, type, workflow. Okay. Yes, so 2 templates. It's gonna be the template for building, the trigger for that, and then the folder. Okay, let's build that out. This is easy. What the fuck? Oh shit. Look at me. I want to see the picture. Oh, here we go. Large. Oh, this is as big as they get. Aw, I was a cutie. And not fat. I was not fat. I got fat. I gotta lose weight. Alright, we're gonna go back to this. So yeah, I was asking if it's possible to get to output tokens inside of tasks, and they said it is. This is from today. Fucking bullshit. I was like, oh, maybe it's the workflows that you did, and I'm like, fucking bullshit. Oh my gosh, so annoying, so fucking annoying. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go over here. This is my front end revamp workflow that I have here. This is like a little thing, putting it in resources. So this is reference aesthetics. So like this is the logo. This is like kind of like vibes that I'm looking for the application. I want like 90s, but I also want it to look cool, like cyberpunk. So it's like cyberpunk 90s is what I'm going to hopefully get. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, this is the revamp here. And then this is my fucking, my deletes. I still have to make this into an application. That's part of what I wanted to use today for my fucking, for my, my stuff. Anyway, I guess that's not happening. So, new folder. We're gonna call this for_dispatch tasks. And now in here, this is, I guess, this main folder here, essentially. And then what we're gonna do is this. We're gonna do dispatch tasks and make another subfolder. We're gonna call it workflows, dispatch workflows. And then in here, we're gonna put another folder called, no, we're good there. All right, so dispatch task, we're gonna put a new file. This is gonna be workflow builder.md. And then in here, we're gonna do workflow runner or dispatch. We're gonna call it dispatch workflow builder. We're gonna set the variables for that very, very fucking strict. I do like the communication aspect of it, but I want to be able to fucking. Alright, so new file. We're gonna do this, call this dispatch workflow runner .md, and it's basically going to be the trigger. So let's just go ahead and go like this, and we built these out. So essentially we have the placements for this is done, this is done. We have these made out already, so I'm going to do them like yellow because we still need to build these out. So these two are created, they're not actually built. Oh yeah, template. We need a template and a builder. Honestly, builder can be the template, sure. Okay. So then those get tied to cloud.md. Or it doesn't even really fucking matter, to be honest. Alright, that's fine. Alright, so. Alright, let's populate these. Okay, so we're gonna build a workflow builder. We're gonna basically optimize the builder agents. Obviously, we're gonna use Opus high effort to essentially research. Nope. We're gonna use Sonnet to coordinate. It's gonna spawn Opus researchers to basically plan. It's going to use the planning workflow that I have out there currently for gathering context and creating the plan. Then after that, what it's going to do is it's going to, we need a template, a consistent template for the workflows inside of here as well. And then it's going to use Sonnet sub-agents per context window. I believe I currently have a standard split for large works and large workflows for splitting the sub-agents. I believe it's pretty efficient. I should run that by fucking Opus. Point it to that for the split. for the sub-agent, Opus sub-agent researchers. Although I believe the research workflow does have its own, actually. It might actually even be pointing towards that. Then it's going to use Sonnet to basically write out, not the main Sonnet, but another sub-agent of Sonnet to execute and write out the workflow. What about using Haiku for reading? What about using Haiku for reading? Let me ask this. We're not using Fable. Goddamn. How good is how good is Haiku for reading like code bases and writing a little report on them? Is it better to just have Opus look at them directly, or is it better to spawn sub-agents for reading? What's more efficient, and what keeps the context window for reasoning more open? We have 90% used until 9:20. We have 96. Fuck, dude. I have to go to use the bathroom. Fuck. I might need to pause this. God damn it, dude. Because I'm almost out of tokens. It basically, I just did this huge fucking push. Yeah, commit and push, please. So it basically updated all of the code changes. Repo assets weren't pushed. Why? Oh, this is the new one. Push to doc. Yeah, it's gonna be pushed after this. Alright. Alright, the thing you're circling is real. Subagents aren't mainly about speed. They're a compression layer for context. Yes. If Opus reads a code base directly, every file sits in its context window as raw tokens. The reasoning then happens in the context crowded with source. And even before you hit the limit, a model reasons worse. Yes, around after 250,000 tokens. So keeping the window open is really about reasoning quality, not just fitting. Spawn subagents to read distilled summary. The orchestrator only sees the summaries in the context and then leans. Okay, but that's the problem though. It's like, what if it misses something? The cost is for the fidelity. That's exactly it. The sub agent didn't think about whether reporting the orchestrator never sees. Yep, Haiku is a solid reader for what is this, what's here, but it's weaker for judge what matters, so it can quietly filter out subtle things that needed. Roughly direct Opus, high fidelity 7, just clean context parallel, cheap but lossy. A strong model orchestration that reasons. What's the shape of your case? No, it's more general usage, to be honest. That's like the biggest thing. It's like I'm trying to create a general builder, so I would need to establish what is important, explicitly say that. But it's like, how do you make something so generalized like that? I guess you would need different templates for each type of task. Like, for example, functions are important inside of a repository. It's mostly going to be used for repository code, like basically writing code and like reading the actual code itself. So it's that's basically what I'm struggling with. I need more variables. I need more variables regarding that. All right, cool. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom. Whew. All right, I went to the bathroom. I feel good. All right. All right, so this is safe to clear. That's not what we're looking to do, but all right. 97% tokens. Oh shit, I forgot to start recording. All right, cool. Yep. Yep. You see, but I already have like summarizations in the actual, like in the intent file. So how do we grep things we don't need? You have the intent file. The intent file has all the functions. I do have my intent. I do have my wiki. And from the wiki, you have all of the functions inside of the file. So then I could use that for a grep. And then after that, I can use that plus the intent to pull the specific functions you need. Am I trying to optimize too much with Haiku? Potentially. Would I be potentially trying to optimize too much with Haiku? Or am I underestimating its abilities? I know Sonnet's pretty solid. But I want to see what I can accomplish with Haiku. That's the goal, to be honest. It's like being able to, like, not just throwing more computing power at it. I need to take like a master class on Haiku, I think, before I think about orchestration layers like that in terms of optimization. For now, we'll just build. I'm just curious right now for this. I'm just like really fucking curious to know, like, I definitely gotta start studying fucking their workflow stuff, their well, I would not be using it as an orchestrator, obviously. Right. Both, to be honest. The goal is basically, I I want to be able to be efficient with my tokens. The goal is to basically get an entire like workflow builder to run efficiently. But I think I should just build it for now and then worry about optimization later. I fucking burned through my goddamn last bit of tokens there. Let's call each layer, let's make them variable layers of effort. Eventually we can plug in different models. Let's put that in here actually. Effort levels .md. Because I feel like, dude, we got Opus. Opus is a 1 trillion parameter model, dude. Like, you have, like, you don't need Fable for fucking everything. And it's like, it's good for, like, if you want to take a shortcut. I feel like it's good for shortcuts. It's not good for, like, average everyday use. I just don't feel like I need it. I feel like it's so overkill for what I need. People just think throwing more compute power at stuff, and it's like, nah, dude. I wanna see what I can do with a little, because if I can do a lot with a little, I can do fuck tons with a lot. Each effort layer. Let's make them variable layers of effort. Eventually, we can plug in different models. These are the places that they're gonna live. Let's do the effort layers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Haiku, Sonnet, Opus, Fable. And each one can have a model assigned to each level. Then we'll slowly build out each job. They currently all exist within my current workflows, technically. But what I'm going to do is basically centralize all of them, just condense them down. What are the best parts of each one eventually? But for now, we're just going to focus on building this template builder. The workflow builder. So essentially it's this. There are 3 levels. So let's talk about Workflow Builder. So essentially there are 3 levels. There is 3, read, check. Write, check. Test. Check. Everything gets a safety check. The checks can all be the same model. Like the checks can all be the same model like this. Same level, same layer sub-agent. So maybe like Opus for double checking. How the check occurs could be greps, could be a bunch of other shit. So like, then read level 1. Right. Plan. Fuck. Check. So read, plan. This will be level 3. Write, level 2. Test. Level 1. I feel like if I do this way, it's gonna fucking rock. Test level 3. Okay. There are 4 steps for every single job in general. This builder is going to build out the jobs for each one. For each one in relation to the type of task that it's building for. So you have read, plan, write, check, and then test. I'm gonna do it 5. Actually 5 layers per. I know it's gonna make it more expensive, but fuck it. I want accuracy here. 5 main steps to every workflow. You have read, plan, write, check, test, and that's it. In between each layer, you have an individual check. So the read and plan checks the work of the plan. They both. So there's going to be sub agents per check in between each step, right? So you have read is level 1. As well. So the effort levels I'm thinking should be as follows for each major step. Read is level 1, plan is level 3, write is level 2, check is level 3, test is level 1, and then each in-between check is a level 3. Now, the subdivision of the in-between checks should be as follows. Read and plan would use the same subagent for the double check in between each step. So the step between read and plan gets a check, and the step between plan and write gets a check. And then it would basically give it feedback to the main agent that was actually running the main step with any additional feedback if it needed it. If it said all good to go, then it passes it to the next one. So both of those, between the read and the plan, they both use the same check subagent. It's going to be a level 3. So essentially, once again, level 1 read goes to a level 3 check, and then it goes back to a level 1 read if it needs it with all the feedback. If it says green light, good to go, good to go. Then it passes it through to plan. Plan makes a plan, it checks it, it already has the context of any additional fixes and edits and all that other stuff that it needed for the read, and then it would do the same thing. If it needed feedback, it would go back to plan. Then it would pass it. If it said good to go, it would be going back between plan and check. If it's good to go, then it passes over to write. Write is level 2. Now this is after write finishes, it passes it to a new subagent that is a new check subagent that's different from the previous check subagent. Right? So it goes write, check, and then it gives it feedback. And then after that, until it's good to go. And then after that, it passes it, so it'll go back and forth for every step until it's good to go. Then it passes it over to the next check, which checks everything from the read, plan, write. Is it good? It's a single check. Then it passes it over to test. Oh, so the plan layer also creates check. This check creates the test for write. And then actually this check layer is also going to have a check for the test plan. And then it passes it to level 1 test. And then it's also going to be checked. And the same subagent that did the check for write, check, and test are going to be the same exact subagent. So there's 2 main check subagents. So once again, main steps: read, plan, write, check slash test creation, test, and then in between each step there's a check. Check is the same sub-agent that does the check for read also does the check for plan. The same sub-agent that does the check for write does the same for the test writing slash check in between. I will just call it test writing. And then the test check. They both utilize the same, all three of those utilize the same sub-agent for check. I know I'm throwing a lot here, but that's pretty much the flow that I have here. Can you make me a table with this outline here so far? Let's hope that we don't use all of this stuff. Let's see how it does. This is a fuck ton of shit for it to... Yup, I know. And not everything's gonna use this, but these are like the main staples of like the processes for most things. And then I can also customize each layer in between. Do you actually need each step? Correct. Yes! Alright, so yeah, basically check this shit out. So L1, effort 1, level 1. Read. It goes to check A. Check A has a level 3 sub-agent. Plan. Check A. Again, level 3 though for plan. Write is level 2. Check B. Here. Let's just call step 4 test creation. So this is basically going to be the thing for the workflow builder. Wait, what do you mean? Gate 3 is check B's own holistic review. What do you mean? Sonnet runs these sub-agents and coordinates them. Let me think. So you have read. Right. What are you talking about, gate 3? What are you talking about? Gate 3 is check B's own holistic review and not a 6 separate gate. Okay, I don't understand what you mean by that. When write finishes and check B looks at it, does check B only look at the write difference itself, or does check B look at the All right, so that's the question. I mean, okay. Would it make sense for the check agent to be the same agent? So making basically the main check agent be the orchestrator. And the touchback point, or would it be better for it to be separate agents to minimize bias? That's the question. Alrighty. Here's the question regarding the read check. Check. So we're trying to save tokens, but for it to do the read check, it would have to read the thing anyway again. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Yeah, so then it's like, it's just it's such a, like, you might as well just use and that right there is the fucking debate. God damn it. So you have, like, you can either use level 1 read. Here's the other way I think about it. You can use a level 3 for read, and then use that as the check for the plan. And then basically skip the check for the read, and then you utilize the same read subagent for the check for plan. Or do we use level 2 and then level 3 for the plan, and then the level 2 as a basically a light check? But here's the thing. Will level 2 have enough to be able to actually contradict or make an argument against the level 3 plan? Or will it just go along with it? Okay, let's do that. So level 1, I'm sorry. All right, let's do that. Basically, read will be level 3. Then we'll launch a separate subagent to do a plan from the report from read. So it outputs, read outputs a report, and does a handover report. And then the level 3 subagent uses that. Then basically makes a plan. Then read uses its current context in relation to the plan to check it. And then plan makes the plan itself is the handover document, right? So then it hands it over to write. Write ingests that, and then it's a level 2 write. And then after that, well, here's the thing, it's mechanical, isn't it? At that point, It's not really thinking. That's the whole point of having it be a level 2 for the write. So does it actually need a check if it's a fresh context window of Sonnet to actually write out the code? And it's mechanical, it's like doing a mechanical execution of the plan. Or do I utilize the same read to then check the write in relation to the plan as well? Or is the check even necessary at all at that point? Then let's just go up to that point. What do you think about that? It's like brainstorming sesh. Trying to utilize whatever I got left for the next fucking hour. I'm probably at 90. Ooh, nice. We're stretching that out. Nice. Alright. I might be able to make this last the last fucking hour. I do have things I wanted to do. Okay. Okay. Okay, so then this new subagent, I like that. This new subagent would then read the plan, check the write, and then after that it would pass it over to the test creator. So the test creator would also read the plan, what was written, and then would make a test from that. Or would it read the plan then only what was written, because we're only going to make a test around where it's like usually a smoke test, right? So it's a smoke test around the function that was just written, to then build the smoke test from the plan, exactly what was written, to make a test for that. The plan is like the intent. I guess the plan would have to cover intent too. So the plan agent also needs to read intent. So that would be the orchestration layer. It would basically take the prompt and then make an intent thing. We could use a level 2 agent for that, because all it's really doing is basically just taking the words and then just basically making it into a prompt that's ingestible within the workflow that we're currently trying to design, basically, which would be the workflow So separating the variables out from the actual blurb of the prompt. So there would have to be some sort of report that's put together by a level 2. That's basically the actual prompt within a template. And then every single subagent, like read just reads the necessary areas. It would basically, level 2 would derive the potential necessary areas to read from, but oh no, you kind of want a level 3 for that. Fuck. I'm just making everything opus now. That's the fucking annoying part. But isn't that plan? But you need a plan to plan? Fuck. I feel like I'm building too many subagent layers. But you need something that dictates read what, right? You do need that. Can we use a level 2 for that? Because that's also technically planning, which isn't Sonnet's forte. But at the same time, if it's a very directed task in terms of what is being done, then that's mostly a mechanical redaction. I mean, not redaction. Extraction. So we have a plan prompt, like a request prompt, handover main document. Then we have read, which is read what is dictated by that. Then you have plan, which is pulled from what was read in relation to the initial prompt. What's requested, the prompt is intent. It could also ask questions, like we could have a question layer. Then you have write, which would write mechanical off the plan, right? So now we're moving away from the initial prompt document. And then test would have to be planned out, like the test itself would have to be planned out in relation to what was written in relation to the initial intent. And you would need to ingest the table, like the test writing rules, which I already have worked out too. And then test is easy. Level 1, you just run the fucking test. What came out, build a quick report from that. That's super mechanical. No thinking really. And then it passes it over to the check again. And then the check checks all of that in relation to the test, the plan, and the intent. Does the test actually accomplish the intent? And then the loop could happen there between plan, test, and then writing, right? And then after that, run the test. The last layer of test with level 1 is literally just running the test. Plan also writes the test because tests are short. They're not like super huge. As long as they have the variable, they can execute themselves like as well within the same step. How does all this sound? I know I'm throwing a lot at you. feel like I'm rebuilding the thing I already built. There is a solution for this. It's just fucking where. There is like an optimal order for this shit. I love talking to Damon.
Rates decline, and Americans, in a lot of ways, are no longer reading as much anymore. New reporting from the Atlantic reveals it. The United States of America is becoming slower.
Dude, I've been talking about this. It explains Trump, dude. I refuse to believe that people are evil or cruel. They are literally just ignorant. What percentage of the US reads below a 12-year-old reading level again? No way. 54. That's what it was, alright. I would be willing to bet. Statistically, if you voted for Trump, odds are you fall underneath this. %. How much of the popular vote did Trump win during the presidential election for 2024? I'm not saying this to offend people. I am not saying this to offend people. This is a statistic. An objective statistic. Holy shit, dude. bunch of babies. Is this too many steps? Intent. Raw prompt. Level 2. Read level 3. Plan. Level 3. Gate. Level 3. Read reused. Loop. Plan or approve. Good. Write. Fresh. Level 2. Input plan only. Yes. Output code. Gate. Fresh. Write versus plan. Wait, what about write versus plan versus intent? You see, that's why I kind of want... But you see, like, where you have gate right after... I feel like you could also use the intent within the context window. But if you're doing that, you might as well just use the first subagent, the same subagent that checked the plan. Because if you're just doing syntax checks for write, right? Because it's not adding to it. It's not innovating in relation. It's just doing a mechanical execution. Could the context window be so ridiculously saturated by the time you pass it over to the gate for write that it would miss the syntax errors? Because I feel like at that point you are literally ingesting the write versus the plan. No. But then again, having like a stage 2 checker for write in relation to write versus the plan, I would also kind of want intent though, that's the thing. But then again, you're not really checking for that. You're checking syntax because you already checked the plan. You already checked all the other stuff. The intent. The read is built on the intent. Then the plan is built on the read context plan and intent. Or no, or is it just... But you see, I feel like if it's checked, if it's checked by the plan should be checked based on the intent. Is it actually checking the intent? You get what I'm saying? So if it's reading, the intent document in it, which has all the other stuff, it's already within the context window there. So now if you're reusing it for the plan, it has the intent. Oh wait, it already does that. Fuck, my bad, dude. All right. Because it's being reused, it already has the intent within the context window. So then it checks in relation to the read context in addition to the intent document, which already ingested. And then after that, it checks the plan that was written in relation to all the entire context window of the read subagent, which is level 3. So you have 250,000 tokens before you start getting some sort of degradation in relation to the model. So then write. Then you write. You gotta write code. So that's L2, correct. And then fresh, check B fresh for the checking that, and it's basically checking what was written versus the plan, but it's also checking to make sure the syntax errors and all that other stuff. Then test creation, I think, is level 3, a new level 3 sub-agent. And it checks the plan versus what was actually written to basically create the smoke test. It would write it right away. Or should it plan it and then send it to a sub-agent to write? I think that would be inefficient because you're still going to end up writing something. Then after that, you have a check, which is the same as the write check, which has all the context for the write and plan. And the plan was built on the intent already, so you don't need to reiterate the intent, correct? I don't think it actually needs the intent again. Or does it? I mean, you have 250,000. It's a level 3, so you have a 250,000. So then my question is, why shouldn't the first check ingest the intent as well? Because then you have all 3. You have the write, the plan, and the intent. But basically, the way that I'm thinking about it is the plan has already been checked in relation to the intent. So it's like condensed, right? So it's like, so I don't think you actually need the intent again, because the plan was already checked in relation to the intent to make sure that it accurately expressed the intent and covered the intent. You get what I'm saying? I feel like you don't actually need to ingest the intent again. And then once that's done, it's a loop, test or write, and then if it goes to test L1, fresh, run the test, it outputs a report, correct? And then it checks the report versus the plan and intent. I think that should just go back to I think using that one is solid. Yeah, using the check B again to check the report versus the plan versus intent, then it approves it, and then it sends the final report to the orchestrator, step 0. But here's the thing. And then I think honestly it should just delete the intent file, the plan file, and then all that's left is the report. The report should be updated with the test results as well as a report on how it was covered, and that's it, because at that point it has everything it needs. Fuck. But these tests, okay, so in relation to your questions here, these tests are smoke tests for what was written. Then we gotta test the system, and that's a different type of test. That's a whole other type of test. So the question would then be, for the test plan in writing, do we do two different types of tests where we test the thing that was written and then test the full system to make sure that it like focus on the new test that was added, because generally a lot of these tests are already going to be done, you know what I mean, for full systems. They just need to be updated at that point with the new check-in variables. So like if it's like a new function, a new variable, a new thing that was added, a new whatever, basically we got to account for that within the actual test that might already exist. And if it doesn't exist, it has to build the system-wide test for that particular section that it's working on. I want to try to see if I can make this more optimized. I like the current one that I have, but it's just not at the level. Okay. All right. Test creation is its own step. After reading plan the actual written code. Plan also writes the test. Plan produces the smoke test up front. No separate post-write step. You pick B. Oh wait, no, I already did this. Hold on. Your reasoning checks out on all of these fronts. Confirming, check, right check. B. Doesn't need intent. Plan already passed gate 1. Yes, correct. Yeah. So it's a validated proxy. Correct. Checking right against plan alone is transitively, wow. Sufficient. Okay. So it's transitively sufficient. No saturation risk at the right gate. Check B is fresh, not reuse, right? Correct. So it does read plan agent. The separation worry only applies if you'd reuse a wrong writing context here, but you're not. Correct. So test creation, L3, fresh writes the test directly, not a plan handoff. Then resolve last turns. Okay, well, here's the question. Would it be the worst thing in the world if the thing that checks the write, because the context written code creates the test? Because so for the test planning and creation, it is does it have a check step between it? No, because then you lose the check. Alright, where was I? Test creation check also skips intent. Same transitive logic as write check. Final check. After test execution, re-including intent is correct, not inconsistent. It's the last checkpoint before intent plan get deleted. Correct. Worth one final grounding against the actual source before you throw it away. Good, I like it. Gate 1 already has intent in context. Read was given intent at the start. One number I wouldn't bake. Okay, fair. For the number, I was talking about a generalization. So like 250,000 token degradation is not just ingestion. That's ingestion plus logic plus write. So it's 250,000 total for whatever it's being used for. And then everything after that, it starts degrading. That was like the number that I found. It was like 200 to 250,000, like from things that I've read online. Smoke test versus system scenario test. 2 options recommended. Smoke only. I would say smoke only, and then it would need to create a to-do list for adding the new system as a variable for the full system test. The smoke, the new code in the case that it was needed. So that would be a whole separate workflow though. Or is that over testing? I guess it also depends on how it functions within the full system. So I guess that would still be a separate workflow for that to be decided. Because for example, like a name change, that's literally just mechanical, it's not functional. Versus like the thing that's actually filling the variables that the function works with, or swapping from a list to a dictionary, or things like that. That's like major load-bearing code there. Well, if you look at BT 548 and 549, that's essentially what those are. But I should do those for all of the tests, to be honest. Like for every single thing that was added. Not just... Because right now they have smoke tests, so literally everything that was added or changed should technically be potentially considered within the testing systems. Fuck. And then I need something to decide on that. That's the other side of it. I would put a separate output for that. To be honest, I would put a separate output for that particular pickup, and then you can run it through its own effects chain and like make it like a true to God crazy noise channel. Alright, let me see here. But you see, like, yes, so right now it's a respective batch sweep. Yes, that is correct. But so that right there, I mean, it's fucking great. Let me see something. What are we at with tokens? Oh shit, we got a reset. 20 minutes early. All right, hold on. We're gonna discuss this. All right, so it's a respective batch. It's a respective batch reset. Yes, sweep. Yes, that is correct. But isn't that the most efficient approach for this? I mean, well, all it's really doing is, I mean, that it's just basically collecting it's not actually making decisions in the sense of how to include it, all that stuff. That's next step, right? So the next step would be something that would basically be making the decisions, like the whole workflow for actually picking where to include things into what tests. I think what I need to do is basically instead is use the test builder to test entire systems in relation to the entirety of the system that is being tested, right? So essentially it would be linting or generating a new system, a new test. Ideally, I already have tests built out, but if I don't, build out the test for the system that it's testing for. The full system, top to bottom. So for example, let's say, well, I mean, the initialization process is one. You need UI for that. The only way you can actually test that is going through the actual initialization process. Does that make sense? And then, so it's like you wouldn't really need to build a test per system within the initialization process because it is what it is. It's on Rails. It's literally bound by UI. You can't really do much more. Versus like the API calls. And API calls are the sub-layer of like basically the back end of the UI. UI is only basically acting as, it's literally just a GUI between that and the actual raw API calls. So testing the API calls is more important to me. And then testing UI is a whole other thing, right? So, but you test the entire API call from top to bottom, all of the variables that surround it, like every aspect of it, and then you make edge cases for that. But then basically, if that already exists though, I mean, that's basically the whole purpose of literally migrating everything from SFTP / SSH through like to just fucking API calls, because then it's all one layer. Like the back end for the application literally exists as a single layer now. It's all like centralized. Which makes it easier for AI and LLMs to work with in relation to building these tests. And it's also cleaner architecture. I mean, fuck it. I like it. Oh fuck, I didn't answer your question. To answer your question, build new judgment logic in check B. I would want it to be a smoke test of what was built. Does the thing that was built work? And then we would build the test for the entire system and then include that newly built part as a pass-fail variable. You get what I'm saying? So that would be the whole other process. So the pre-ledger test coverage is actually a to-do builder, like a to-do list builder essentially, for testing. The thing that hasn't been built yet would be, do we include this into the either pre-existing test, or is there not a test that even tests this entire system yet? And if we include this into the pre-existing test, do we make this a pass-fail variable for the actual test itself in relation to the edge cases? No. Okay. Yeah, so I think basically the decision step should be able to ingest a list of items. And then it would have a loop system to actually do all these stuff. So it basically could either do, it doesn't matter if the list has 1 item or 30 items. You get what I'm saying? It's like you don't need to differentiate between it being a list of like 30 potential new things or 1. Because it's just always going to do 1 at a time anyway. Can you make me a full map of this and also tables of the steps that we discussed so far? Just so I have it here. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be right back. I also really want to launch some stuff actually. Fuck. I really want to launch some stuff. High effort. Let's take on, let's do alright, so effort, high effort, high. Alright, cool. Let's take on that LLM to-do list, or to-do list llm.md. Can we start executing that, please? Thank you. What? What the fuck is this? I don't know what the fuck I just entered, but we're exiting that. Aren't we done there? Oh yeah, so this is a new work day. This is starting at, I guess, 9:43 p.m. and it's just gonna go through. Fuck, I'm starting so late. Ah, fuck it. Alright, meanwhile this is running here. I was gonna turn on auto mode for this just so it could start running. We're on Opus, high effort, yes. 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 Okay, I'm gonna leave this running. You might be interested in this. I don't know. This is my fucking LLM workflow shit. So in a nutshell, this is basically the shit that I built over the last 2 days, and then it's been running great, to be honest. I think that this is a little more robust. It's definitely more expensive though. The check gates. I feel like this shit, I like this, to be honest. But I don't know if it's actually better. If, like, that's the thing. It's like, I don't actually know if it's better or if it's just expensive for no reason. So it's like, I mean, technically more checks could be better. Could be. But could be doesn't mean it is. I guess I could run a cheap mode and an expensive mode. There's 2 different modes there. Maybe we do something like that. So once again, just for context, this is basically for building so in a nutshell, I think these are basically like general but this is like a very specialized like code writing fucking workflow. I ended up not even accomplishing my goal. I ended up on just trying to optimize what I currently built here. That's the annoying part. Let me see here. We're not doing this. We're doing... What is it doing? Context. Coordination to do LLM, not LLM filler. Why is there so much left here? No, this is the workflow. But is it under context or audit? Audit is empty. No, it's not. You see, that's the concerning part. So we got 36. Honestly, I think it's going to be able to finish these. So it has the workflow, it says it has all the shit. Fresh run, perfect. Batch plan now, good. Doc reachable, yes. Good. Ah, I forgot I was gonna make a fucking... Alright, we'll do that later. I was gonna make it so it absolutely did the testing for it, because it's like... It has the ability to... That's the whole point of it, checking if the doc is reachable. God damn.
They're checking the plane, they're checking documentation with the pilot at the pilot school, and much more. Pretty stunning development, and we're going to more updates as always by the work. All along that, all you can know about the pilot programs. Basically, pilot Argentic was forced to land the plane on her own structure jumped out at me.
16 batches. I think it can handle it. It's gonna be like 2 hours before it finishes, though. That'll put me at 11 p.m. Alrighty, so alright, so it's basically launching these. It's gonna be a minute before it finishes, so I'm gonna let these run. But I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some food. Did I really get here right as soon as it's finishing? Oh, no. It's only on 9. %, for 9. Not bad. So 9 would be 14%. That's 36 total. Four. So it'll be like 48% total for all of those. 52%, 56%. That ain't too bad.
Hey, what's up, guys?
I guess meanwhile it's doing this, I could be doing other shit. And then can you please include also include the other half of it with the test inclusion decision engine? We have to work that part out. So then we grab all of this and basically make it into a single prompt, and I'm gonna run this through Fable, to be honest, just to see what it thinks. But can you write a brief summary on what we've spoken so far about the test inclusion decision engine? And then include that in the entire write-up of all this stuff. So the tables, and then a quick write-up of everything, and including the testing inclusion decision engine, please. Thank you. All right, I would like some feedback on this workflow here. Why is it only 30 lines? This should be like way more. Let's see what it thinks. Oh, what are we at in terms of tokens? Yeah, we're fine. To be completely honest, I think this is not actually for the default builder. I think this is more along the lines of, this is more specialized for writing code, but eventually I want to make a more generalized version of this. I actually wanted your opinion in relation to the current, what's the workflow that's doing that? Fuck. Yeah, it is this one, huh? All right, let me just take a quick read at this. I really want to read this. All right. That's so much. I'm still reading through your recommendations, but can you update them in relation to that? And also, I'm just tired, dude, to be honest. Fuck. Eventually, but the read check, I mean, what's the point of having the read check? It's just wasting double tokens on read. And it's an L3 model. So it's like Opus. I mean, I could trust Opus to read something correctly. If it's only focusing on reading? Can't I? Do I really need another? I mean, honestly, the original, okay, let me give you this original one. Originally, I wanted a half and half, like 50-50 kind of a situation, where basically there would be like a read and planned check A. So like basically I replaced check A Opus model with the read model because I figured it's already ingesting data. It's basically just ingesting data and summarizing. I didn't think that that would be a huge deal, but the only thing that another read check model would do would be basically just read exactly what the Opus model already read and just basically would be doubling the token usage for just read. Isn't that overkill? Oh, my freaking thing just reset. Nice. It's Wednesday, it's only day 2. Fuck, dude. I've used 50% on day 2. Not good. Well, I did get a lot done today. Last 2 days, but... I'm getting so caught up on orchestration, I'm not getting caught up on the basic functionality of what I should be building, which is the script for me to be able to launch workflows from dispatch. So we're at B4, we're at 12, we're 1/3 of the way through. Yeah, exactly. But is that... You see, that's the thing though. I was trying to free up the context window between read and plan. So then basically the plan can be planning and the read can be read. Gathering context and summarizing. But I guess having full context would also help the planner too. So I mean, that's my split there on that one. Honestly, the single read layer and plan, like the single read plan pushed together, honestly has been working. And like I was saying beforehand to the Sonnet model that I was working this out with, there's a 250,000 token window before it starts like heavily even just starts hallucinating. So I mean, honestly, you could hit like 300,000-400,000 before you really start hallucinating. And it's only really planning and reading, and the read is in relation to the plan. It's not like you're intermixing a lot of stuff. They're all within the same. They're all in line from each other. In line. So what about doing what the other one currently has, the code writer one, right? And then, but doing that split between the testing and the code writing, basically having it have a separate plan based off of what the actual code was to basically create the test and the variables built off of the actual test itself, I mean the actual code itself, instead of having the plan trying to assume what the actual outcome of the writing will be. Does that make sense? Or is that also overkill? Is my current workflow good enough though? I mean, the work has been decent. Am I overthinking it? I agree. I think that's worth doing. Yeah, I definitely was overthinking this. And then also, I jumped to the wrong thing to work on. I started building out more workflows. What I should have built was the script. You get what I'm saying? Like, what I should have built was the script for dispatch to run workflows locally. That way they have total control. When you say review between the edit and test run, do you mean between the actual code written and the test run? Also, should I split the test from the writing step, or should I keep it as is? I think it kind of works as is, to be honest. What do you think? Then check B would check both. So basically keep the step as is, then check B would check both the written code in relation to the plan and also the test in relation to the code and the plan, correct? Am I understanding that correctly? So to the current workflow, we would just basically be adding check B spawn for that particular part. Everything else is optimized. Write me a quick prompt to add that, so then that way I can run it by a Sonnet model to just execute. We are on 18. We're over halfway. Oh no, we are halfway. There's 36. So there's 12 total. I'm gonna leave this running overnight. All right, I'm gonna go to bed, dude. I'm tired of shit, to be honest. I'm like, I just want to go to bed. Oh, there was a little bit of a fucking earthquake just now. That's fucking nuts. Everything literally just shook real hard. It was very sudden, like a doof. That was kind of nuts. Usually it's more like zoom, 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 zoom. That was like a poof. Like something smashed into the ground. After this one, pause it and then start another one. Oh no, I would need to fucking start another workflow. No. I can't restart that. Fuck. I'm tired. I need to go to bed. I want to go to sleep, dude. Why do I want to go to sleep? Maybe it's because I stayed up all night. I don't feel any like drive to like get up and do more shit. I just want to sleep. Well, this is running okay. We're at 33%, honestly. Alright, let's do what's on it here. Let's run this here. God damn it, I really don't like this. One last thing I really want to add to the actual testing system is, honestly, I really want them to no. We're building the other way around. Shit. This is the Sonic model was originally planning with. You can clear that, that's fine. I'm trying to debate if this is actually something worth doing with. I would like some feedback on optimizing this workflow for context. Basically, I would want the models to have as much overhead as possible, but also not being wasteful, right? I know that that's like the goal for fucking everybody, but I would just like to optimize this in relation to that, because technically you can go like all the way context overhead optimized, or you could like balance it, and I'm looking for something balanced. So I really want this to be like as efficient as possible, and I feel like a single Opus instant and then all of the other like just the only other difference one being like fucking the sonnet stuff just to write. I feel like it could be more efficient. I'm just dead ass tired. Like I haven't barely slept. I slept like 4 hours today in like the last fucking almost 36 hours, so I am exhausted, and I literally just want to see this application look fucking cool. And the overview of the task is good in relation to what I'm looking for, having like a centralized palette that everything gets pulled from for like assets basically. If that way I have like a single location to change anything and then it would change everywhere else. That would be cool. And it would also refactor the overall UI. So this is a massive, technically, this is two different things. This is a refactoring of the actual UI front end stuff. And then on top of that, it's the application of the aesthetic side of things. So maybe this is two separate sub-agent workflows with like multiple sub-agents underneath them. So like basically following like the code writer workflow, something along the lines of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, except you don't really need testing. Basically just as long as because it's just literally refactoring. So it's just literally, it's like, it's not changing the functionality of things. It's just literally where is it pulling from? So it's like I don't really need a lot of testing for that as long as the syntax is correct. That's the only thing that really matters there in this kind of edits. So and then after that, the aesthetic side would be a whole separate workflow, which basically it would utilize the now centralized location of the UI assets to basically stylize it in what I'm requesting. Why do you need the Claude API skill? But I'm on the max plan. I currently have plenty of tokens within my max plan. Why would you need the API? I see. You were grabbing context for usage. That makes sense. Okay, but you're not hearing me out. I'm saying that this is two different tasks. One of them is basically a refactoring of the entire front end. Did you understand that part? It's kind of concerning that you split over, that you kind of like skipped over that. You didn't even mention it in this. You're just telling me to go. And I'm like, this is definitely like two different things. This is not just the stylization. That's one side. That's honestly the less important side. What I'm talking about is a refactoring for a centralization of all of the assets that are used in the UI, so then I can stylize from there and it hits everything. And I'm not rebuilding everything everywhere. Cool. We're at 21. 45% tokens. I'm honestly gonna go for it. Fuck it. Everything. B. That's honestly going to make the centralized progress bar that gets called everywhere, that gives it the location for where it lives. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But honestly, I think this might be a folder that gets, it's not going to be a single file. It's going to be centralized, but it should also be split. So it's like, let me know what you think about that. Because there's two different things. There's like aesthetic, like functions, assets, etc., right? That could be like a file, but then there's things that get built, like a button. You know what I mean? And then what does that button get populated with? Instead of creating a new button every single time, you have one button asset that's like code, right? The one button code asset, and then you call that fucking everywhere, and then you populate it with whatever you need. And that's a different thing. And then that gets stylized with the stylized file assets, functions, whatever the fuck is in there. You get what I'm saying? I'm not a UI person. I don't do front end, I only do back end. So I'm approaching fucking front end like it's back end. I think this is right. This is my logic. This is how fucking would work it. If this was me, everything is built currently. As it is, everything is currently just built, like inside of each individual layout. So it's so it's kind of consistent, but it's all over the fucking place. Yes. Yes. I would like for everything, like every single asset that would ever get built, to basically be able to exist here, and any like stretching, warping, or anything could be parameters that exist within the actual current build files. Because as it currently stands, everything is built from scratch essentially within every single layout, and then it just populates the actual layout window, and then it gets called by the orchestrator. That's currently the overall outline. So what I would essentially like is exactly what you laid out there. Widgets, styles, tokens. Widgets, styles, tokens, but then everything gets called in as it currently is. There would be like no actual single built item. So it's like if I changed anything anywhere, if I change it within those three particular files, it would change them everywhere. And I wouldn't need to be chasing down like a fucking rogue file, a rogue function that hadn't been refactored down into this structure. Because like all the sizing, all the other things, does this make sense? Does this fall within the scope caution that you're talking about here? Or does this resolve the scope function, like the scope caution? But and also it would balloon task one, yeah. But that's why I'm saying. That's why I was talking about optimization in terms of like the workload. What models should I use? That's why I was asking about this stuff. Like, what would be the sub-agent distribution for this? That's what I was giving you this task for. That's why I'm using Fable. Because I don't want to build out this workflow. And that's why I'm asking you to rewrite the front-end revamp workflow in relation to all that stuff. We are trying to do a complete UI refactor and then change the style in relation to what it currently says within the stylization side of that front-end revamp workflow. We're at 21. And we saw plenty. Okay, I would like to create a function that basically, it's a script that launches Claude with a particular .md file. It could be basically, I'll give you my goal. I'm gonna get Dispatch, which is a Claude Code product within the chat that basically can launch, it has access to my computer. And I wanted to launch this script to launch pre-made workflows. And then basically it would basically populate, it would launch a new agent, it would populate this, it would run this script. Can it do that? My next question is, can you launch scripts on my computer? Like if I have a computer that, if I had a script that launched Claude Code workflow, so it has like a Claude bash command basically, and it populated the prompt for the bash command with a .md file within the script, and then launch this workflow locally on my computer. Are you capable of launching that? Or do I need some other thing? Because you can edit local files, why can't you run local scripts? Damn it! So I literally can't have you run a script on my local machine. Then what the fuck what's the use of this shit? What the fuck? My other question is like, oh, fuck this. Yeah, then that's why everyone's using fucking the other one. Alright. The script with a workflow.md file. And then after that, it would God damn it. And I just found out. I was about to start building the script. I was working on the workflow stuff, and then I was about to start building the script, and I just found out that Dispatch can't run local scripts on my machine. But I do have my doc, so all I gotta do after this is basically make like a little fucking trigger or something that connects, like an application that launches triggers on my dock that can then trigger the scripts on my local machine, which it does have access to. So there is that. So after all that, I worked on these workflows. I was about to start building the script, and then I found out that Dispatch can't run local scripts on my machine. So what I gotta do is basically, I can utilize my So after all that, I pretty much found out that dispatch can't run local scripts. It's a safety thing. So what I'm gonna do instead is, I was gonna build my script and I was just about to check if it can do that, and it can't. So what I'm gonna do instead is basically, I'm gonna use my tailscale situation basically to run tailscale from, like, I can control my computer through tailscale through shell commands basically. Nope, I gotta think of this. How can you do that without that having a, I mean, you do have a WebSocket. The application would need to be open. You do have the WebSocket. You can send stuff into the application through the WebSocket. I mean, technically you can do not API calls, but like essentially reverse API situations with the WebSocket itself. I mean, if you could trigger through a WebSocket a prompt to pop up inside of the application, you can technically do anything with a WebSocket. Let me run that by this. Hold on a second. I'm gonna run this through Gemini instead, because this is like my good, like this is like my general prompt thing. All right, quick question. Can this is why I fucking hate Gemini. Alrighty, so can I have a WebSocket between a computer and an application that I have on my machine. If the application is open, can I technically use the WebSocket? I mean, I'm currently using it to trigger a, let's say like a warning message when my dock is too full, like a storage device is too full on this one machine, and then the application knows that it gets the message and it triggers the 80% warning. It already does this successfully, so I got that part working. My question is, could I then use that WebSocket, since I can launch like Windows, can't I also use it to launch like functions and shit? Kind of like a reverse API. Like all of the current actions that can be done through the machine are, I mean, from the application to the dock, which has the drive, right, is through API calls. But could I then do the opposite through the WebSocket instead of having to set up an API on the local machine itself? Or would setting up an API on the local application and then having it be so it can reach out to the actual computer through that API be the safer approach? Ah! Yeah! That's fine. I already basically have that. I just basically only have it for a single thing. So eventually I could just literally centralize it now. So then I could start adding functionality between the dock and the application. I would say that this is actually kind of good. But the only thing is, Oh, fuck. Write my current inquiry as a summary, and then the results of it in terms of what we discussed in a summary below here, please. Thank you. Everything we just discussed. I'm at roughly, let's see, we're at 24. We're almost done. 55. Nah, dude, this is a fucking ginormous workflow. I know it. Would basically run as if it was Claude code, basically Claude code triggered through a bash command. And the goal would essentially be for the task to be completed. And that's pretty much about it for now. There's other aspects and things that I want as output, which would be like a report, a .md file, all that sort of stuff, like in terms of the actual output. But that would be more of like part of the actual workflow for it to output the .md file report and all that sort of stuff. And then I would also like, in general, as part of the bash command, for it to output the token percentage that was used, the output number of tokens, the input number of tokens, the duration of the task as well. If I can get those variables, that would be extremely useful. But I think those actually belong within the script, not the workflow.md file. So it'd basically be like API calls. But here's the thing, if you had access, you would need a way to open and close access. Because if you have multi-users, you don't want to give them access to your machine. You have to be able to close and open the actual maybe inside this repo. Headless. Ooh. Yeah, I would want the short prompt telling Claude to read the .md file itself. Now here's the other thing though. Okay, so here's the other part of it though. Basically, the problem... So now what we also got to do is add some sort of gate. So only a certain user has access, and then you can control who has access to whom. Because otherwise anybody can send these potential functions, or like trigger these potential functions within the user's machine and setup. It could do, I mean, would it be limited to the actual functions that it can do, or can it also potentially receive SSH commands, or would the dispatcher basically it be like the gate in terms of what can be received in general or not? But then on top of that, I would also want a gate to control who can and cannot control to whom, connect to whom. Cool. Write a full summary of everything we just discussed. I'm gonna push this through fucking no. More verbose, please. Beautiful. Let me look at this. This is exactly what we just discussed. Application logs into app. Generates, yes. Teams connection with token. Host machine handshake intercept. So let me go over this flow with you. Basically, imagine this. A cell phone that's connected to a tailscale network that, and I know about derp and all that other stuff, don't worry about that. Don't concern yourself with that. Basically, just look at this overview in terms of the signal flow. Cell phone, like a cell phone, right? And then you can trigger the it's connected to the tailscale network. The central point of that is a dock, right? Then after that, you have another machine that it connects to through the WebSocket. The gate for who can connect to whom would exist within the centralized dock, and that could be triggered only by the admin user, which is a Linux user. So don't worry about the permissions there, just worry about the overall view, like in terms of like the overall overview. I already have the permissions and everything figured out. All the other shit, the fundamentals are done. So then after that, I would basically make it so then the dispatcher on the application side would be receiving the signals from the dock. As long as the application was open, it could receive them. And then it would only be able to do, the dispatcher would make it so it would be the next gate, which would only enable you to do certain tasks that are capable that the dispatcher is capable of receiving. And then that would include any kind of bash commands that are preset, or any kind of scripts that are preset, or anything like that within the actual application itself. That plus what we just discussed here. Oh my god. Yay! Yes. Alright, so summarize this plus the previous thing, very verbose overview, go. Yep, bypass permissions, it's headless. please add this as part of a quick overview design document for a future feature that exists as a .md file in this folder. All right. What number are we at? We are at 24 still. We're at 2 hours. We're only 8 away, so let me see what the fucking token window is looking like. We're not doing too bad. I think I can build this out quickly enough and populate it with a cron command. We're gonna try doing this as a cron command for the first time ever. This is gonna be step 1 of all this shit. Eventually we're gonna have it with this shit. Rename that to basically WebSocket feature edition network architecture overview, something along the lines of all that. Think of a better name, but something that includes the word WebSocket in it, because that's the primary tech that we're going to be reworking here. Awesome. So basically, if we could do this, we could do anything. So I could set up like Olama workflows, shit like that, to basically ingest everything, or I can create my own RAG systems and all that sort of stuff, or anybody can create their own RAG systems technically. They can make their own scripts to add to that too. They can technically run anything they want. They can do all the greenlit scripts for themselves, totally customizable. Booyah! That's how that shit's done, son. And I know, security shit still gotta... Give me a moment. We building. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Solid, solid, solid. So, here's what we're gonna do. Let's git push what you just added here. This is currently just part of our workflow, but eventually this is going to be part of a feature. So it doesn't need to be in the wiki just yet, but eventually it will be. This is us basically testing it out, just like the other features that we've been testing out as we work. Fucking beautiful. Feature architecture, not architecture overview. Feature architecture overview. I know that's a lot of words, but fuck it. This is a temporary design document. Solid. Does it actually, where does it output the... I would need NumPy. Can I do that without NumPy? Can I do that with Python? I think I can, because then I would just make a list of, I could just make a list, I could filter out an entire column and then of task. All right, so hold on. Let's update the overall workflow to basically be, well, for it to exist in this folder here. And then if you need to update anything within the workflow in relation to that, please update that. But I think it doesn't, it should not need that. I don't think it should, at least. Unless there's like stuff that was relative to the current location of the document in terms of paths. I don't think there should have been, though. That's why I always use full paths. I don't give a fuck. I'm like, I don't like relative paths. It's such fucking bullshit. It's like, what's the cost? Like kilobytes of string data. Just fucking rate the whole path, and then you avoid all the fucking confusion all over the place. That's crazy. Okay, the other thing I would like to do actually to add, but actually before we do this, before we do the git push, what we should actually do is I wanted to output this data, right? But don't output it to a JSON file. I would like to actually create a new database. So as of right now, this is a one-time, the one thing I'm going to be running is a one-time thing, but I figure I might as well fucking take a whack at this. So essentially what I would like to do is to create an SQL database. It currently exists here. And then basically at the end of this script, I would like, well, actually let's make it a Python script instead of a shell command. And then because I have SQL built in for, I have the SQL library within this oh shit, it would need to fucking run within the virtual environment, wouldn't it? Fuck. Let's trigger the virtual environment within the, is there any way that, fuck, would it be a shell command that triggers the virtual environment and then it runs the Python script within the virtual environment? Would that make sense? Within the shell command? So there'd be two things basically. It'd be like the shell command would be that, and then the Python script would be the actual trigger for the bash commands for the, or it could exist as a shell command, and then after that, after it's done, grab the variables and push it through to a Python script. Couldn't it just do that? Whatever architecture you think is best for that, I don't give a fuck right now, to be honest. So basically what I would like is for at the end of the workflow, for it to look for basically a table within this database that is named the script, the workflow that it had just run, -.md. And then after that, I would want it to if it didn't find it, make a new table named that, right? Named the workflow -.md, and then create columns. And these are set, so it would be the identical columns for every single time that it does this. So these can be baked in. It would be date, DUR, %, number in, number out. Date would be the date that the workflow was done. The duration would be the total amount of time that it took. And then after that, the percentage would be the total percentage of tokens that it was used up during the workflow in relation to like the 100% of the 5-hour time block. And then the number of tokens in and the number of tokens out. And then after that, inside this database, we're gonna need this actually pre-built already within the database. So this is another task that's separate from this script, but there's an averages table inside of this database where it says task, and it would be the name of the workflow -.md, exactly as the name of the table. Then it would be duration, %, and then percentage of the total in and percentage of the total out. So the total percentage that was used, and then the percentage of the total percentage out, and the percentage of the total percentage in that was utilized. So it would be an average duration, an average percentage, and then the percentage of that percent that was averaged for out, and then the average percentage of that whole percent that was input. I was just reading this shit, in case you were wondering. This is that workflow that I worked on earlier today. I'm 4 hours in already? No fucking way, dude. I was literally gonna only do like a couple of hours. Fuck. I'm already not tired. I'm already excited again. Fuck. This resets at 2:20 a.m. We're at 11. We're at 12 a.m. Fuck, I gotta go to sleep, dude. I really gotta go to sleep. I want to finish this part right here. If I finish this, I'm gonna call it a night. Then I could trigger this for 2:20 and see if it runs. Yeah. Fuck. It doesn't export the total percentage of that was used. It's because it's all bullshit. I'm telling you. Otherwise, they would totally give you that analytic. What would they have to hide? That's the fucking thing. What the fuck would they have to hide at that point? It's bullshit. I hate it. Oh my god, dude. It pisses me off so fucking much, dude. You have no idea. You have no idea how much that pisses me off. It's what I like to do. Where the fuck is my goddamn fucking little piece? There it is. Alright. We're gonna smoke the CBD. We are at 28. Nope. 27. %. We built a lot with 68%. You see, this part is easy. That, like, building shit, just like fucking little scripts here and there, fucking just sonnet that shit all goddamn day. I wish I had more CBD. I'm almost totally out. So just to verify, the database that you built, it has the table. Alright, well, this was deleted, so what the fuck? Where's the database? Where's the database? I can deduce the 100%. I can actually deduce it if the total number of tasks for the day was, or the total number of tasks was stopped because there's no more tokens. How do people read the token percentage? If it's not available via CLI, how do people? Where is the database? Wait, where the fuck is the database? I'm gonna smoke some more of this. It's so good. I love the smell of CBD and THC weed. I miss it. I miss weed. Why? Yeah, I wanted that to just exist. Yeah. I just wanted it to exist exactly as I described. That's why I described it that way. I said the averages won't exist, but it's building the new tables and the new, if they don't exist, if it doesn't, per workflow. So it's like, if the table for the workflow doesn't exist yet, it builds the table. You get what I'm saying? The averages is basically the only thing that the averages table, like the average table, is the one that exists by default. The only one that's actually getting added per workflow is if the workflow table doesn't exist yet. Basically, I know that I'm going to delete this one because I'm only going to be running a cron command, but basically what it's going to be testing is, does the database exist? Does the it shouldn't be get ignored. Why would it be get ignored? I didn't request for it to be get ignored. It's part of the same workflows. I don't want my workflows to disappear in the case of anything happening. I worked hard for these shits. I want them backed up on my GitHub. So which would I be actually triggering, the shell command or the Python script? The shell script or the Python script? That's okay, cool. After Claude, okay, cool. Perfect. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. How can you give me the bash command to see if does macOS come with cron pre-built? Yes. All right. Okay. So I want to set up 2 cron commands. Well, I guess scripts to basically trigger this script, the run dispatch.sh, with each of these workflows. At 2 a.m. 3 a.m. 71%. We're at 10. We have 2 more left. With a total of 36. Once for tonight only. Wait, why are you running that? Ah! That's fair. That's kind of cool. Hold on. So one quick thing, instead of changing the actual script to be able to handle both, can we make another script that handles multiple and then basically call that as the default, and it will basically run regardless of it being 1 or 2, and have that be the actual main one? Because then we could populate each one of the commands and then basically run it in a loop within the shell command, within the shell script. Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense to have that one already include the loop? And then would it run regardless of it being 1 or 2 or whatever? Perfect. So we'll do run dispatch chain as the default, and then it would basically run regardless of it being 1 or 2 or whatever amount of loops. So with the arguments there, I mean, with the parameters that we would, I mean, the arguments that we would be adding to the parameters, would that be the thing that defines how many loops is running? Fucking great.
What's up, guys?
Do I need to give Cloud Code access to my entire machine now? To be able to actually access this and do this? I mean, it's only actually technically going to be working within my repository, which it's already has access to. Alright, so I usually use poop as my testing thing. So make.md file in this folder called poop2.md and have it say poopy inside the file. You literally read my mind. I currently made a .md file that's like a dummy .md file to basically use for this. So let's do a throwaway cron job, and it's this file right here. This is the MD file. And then let's test all the corresponding systems to make sure that everything landed that's supposed to land. Alright, so 2 minutes out. How is this holding up? We're at 11 already. Fuck, we have one more after this. How many total for this workflow? Is it 12? Because there's 36 and it's 3 per. $21 of 36. Fuck. We're at 77%. I'll wait for like 2:21. It's 2:20 right now. I mean 12:21. It's 12:20 right now. Wait a minute. Why would it be blocked from cron? No, wait. It could not be that potentially. Because I just realized that I hadn't actually saved the .md file. I filled it in with text, but I hadn't actually saved it. So it was actually blank in relation to the cron command. So let's actually run it one more time. Can you set it to run at 12:23? How do you know the error, where the error occurred? How do you know where the error occurred, though? Is there a log you're reading, or are you just assuming? Alright, so if this works, there should be a fucking thing in here that's called poopy. Dispatch tasks that's called poop2, and it says poopy. So if I gotta unblock cron, then how do people do things like? Can they not use cron unless they literally set it up like this? That's fucking insane. I'm just gonna use cron inside of the dock then if I ever want to set anything up like that. I'm gonna send it out through the WebSocket. Damn. All right, last attempt at this before we're going to bed, because I really want to get this. I really want to get this. Where do I go to then to set up the cron stuff? I'm eventually gonna do cron on my actual dock. I'm not gonna do it on here, but fuck it. System settings, privacy and security. Full disk access, where is that? Oh. Wow. Alright, that makes sense. Shift Command G. Alright, so plus here. Shift Command G. And basically find cron. What? I kind of want to just check the status of it to see if it actually is running or not. Yeah, feel free. Run it for 12:29 a.m. My buddy just had a friend that passed away. He wrote some music for her. I had to manually add it. I had to manually give it permission. No, that's not good. So here's the thing. I had to manually give it permission. I can't do that at 3 a.m. when I'm asleep. Like I had to actually say allow again. There was like a pop-up that came up. very pretty. Can we launch it again? Like for 3:36? I mean 12:36. 12:36 a.m.
But yeah, if I'm in a relationship.
Let me see if anybody has any video on this. Setting up cron cloud code commands. Mac OS. Did it run this time? Nah, it didn't run. Same shit. Ooh! There's a third-party app. Well, that's pretty cool. I wonder if this is open source. It's not open source. That might actually do it. But this is gonna fucking open up my machine a lot. I don't like it, but fuck it. I gotta do what I gotta do. But then that means that to actually run bash commands on here, I need to actually this is opening up a whole world of fucking shit for people, potentially. Security and settings. Privacy and security. Disk access. Terminal. How is terminal not already have that? But alright. Oh fuck. App management. Can't quit right now. please pause this workflow after B12. Will I be able to continue afterwards? Like from a fresh context window? We might be at the very end of this one, which would be the most ideal situation. I pause this other workflow that's currently happening. We got all that done. Ready for this shit to finish. Write this down just because I don't want to fucking have it. Do this over, so let's write that down here. This is another little fucking script for compressing video. The other shit I can get rid of. Wait until this finishes. What? Where's my camera? Being used by what sound? Why is it being used by what sound? $12:47 a.m. Don't allow. Ask every time.
maybe you've got something.
Are you
up your
ready for
sleeve.
someone like me when I come knocking on your door?
So here's the thing. Assuming that this works, I would then need to give my application the same exact access that I'm giving terminal. Let's say I made this available for my application. I would then need to actually give my application this kind of access. That's fucking frustrating. Fuck. So, in relation to the fucking recent, there's a recent file that's like a future design document. Fuck, dude. This one right here. I would basically need my application to have that access. Is this secure in relation to this workflow here? I mean, is that enough security? Because it's essentially bypassing SSH. I feel like I'm building a fucking bomb. This is not good. I feel like this could blow up in my face. This has to be like handled super carefully. That's why fucking Claude Code didn't do it. Let me ask this. Hold on a second. So then, quick question. When people run Telegram, I didn't get to finish. It just fucking stopped the fucking thing. Alright, so basically what I was asking was, when people run their Claude Code through Telegram, then are they giving themselves similar access? So it is a security risk. Alright, so so my system is actually more secure than that. No, my shit's actually more secure than this. Well, I mean, eventually it would be used as, like, basically this shell command that we have running, that we're going to run through cron, would be one of the commands, though. But what I'm asking is, basically, you would have to get through Tailscale, then into fucking the actual machine. You have to have, like, you're going to have to hack into that. And then after that, you would need to, well, the user, and then you would have access to the user, but the dispatcher that is on the app side would need to, first of all, the application would need to be open, and second of all, they could only ever run Ah, fuck. Preset functions or preset commands, but then it's like you want to be able to make new ones from your phone. That's a thing. You gotta be able to, like, that's a thing that you want. Like, people want that, they need that. But I mean, at that point, I understand. But here's the thing, like, it is a security risk, right? It is one. But people are doing worse with Telegram, aren't they? Because then anyone who has Telegram, if they leave their Claude chat open, it can get hacked. And then they can do whatever they want to their machine. It's like full-blown root access. But Claude Code has its own safeties. That's the other thing. Well, here's the other thing though. Cloud Code has its own safeties. It keeps thinking I say Cloud Code. What? I'm not saying as a replacement for Gate 2, but here's fuck. You need full access. I need full access. So what can Gate 2 be? Maybe some sort of LLM interceptor or something along the lines of that. To basically check the prompt for anything malicious. Some sort of... I don't want to do password input because I don't want it to be sending your fucking credentials through the tailscale into the dock, into the machine. That would be kind of weird. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? What kind of a safety interceptor? I mean, an LLM. Honestly, it could be a 1K, like a 1 billion parameter model. What can we do to create a safety? I think the LLM interceptor would be one of them. One of the steps of safety precautions that we can take. Well, another one could be a password or some sort of credential that is created that lives on the dock. I mean, it's annoying, but it's something. The only way you can actually reach the dock from external media network would be, from an external network. Network would literally be if you had tailscale access, which would require headscale access to actually create the tokens, which is pretty secure. It's very secure. The only way you can actually do that is if you have the TPM chip. Or if you're on the local network, but then that's a whole other thing, because technically odds of that kind of attack are really, really, really low, unless you have someone very malicious in your family or a friend. Here's the thing, the LLM interceptor could backfire because it could stop a legitimate command. So what if we set up command? So what if we set up some sort of key, kind of like how the API key works between the dock and the server with the cell phone and the dock, then you need to have the public key. But then how do we identify the phone? That would only work one way. We need it the other way, actually. Can we do some sort of TPM private public key situation with the cell phone on top of having, well, it would be emulated though, like it would inside of the actual application, kind of like how we currently have for the current dock. And then we can have some sort of ephemeral API key or something to be able to send and connect to the WebSocket and all that other stuff. We can have a WebSocket happening going between, I mean, there's already like a broadcasted WebSocket generally going out. We also need a way to make the WebSocket only reach certain users, in the sense of, like, currently we have a broadcast WebSocket, but I think I need one that's specifically for certain users that would live, I mean, that might be a ticket, but add this to all of this stuff to the fucking document, the .md file for this feature. So if we did the TPM thing, if we did, so basically it can only be done from a cell phone that has the TPM public private key combination. Then on top of that, you have a password that gets triggered by an LLM interceptor on top of that. So if your phone was taken, you have another safety, or even just a default one to start with. Like in general, every time you open the application, on the cell phone side, you would need to type in that private key. It's kind of like how WhatsApp works. I think Telegram also works like that too. So basically, the only way you can actually set up the TPM key is if you had, first of all, you have to get into, okay, so here's like layer by layer. You have to be able to get on the Tailscale network. The only way you can do that is if you have a pre-authorization key. The only way you could do that is if you're actually a user that generated the pre-authorization key on the dock. Then after that, it gets sent to the new device. They open it, application opens, set up the whole process shebang, right? Set up the application. On the setup, the application generates an emulated TPM chip. It gets paired with the dock, sent to the dock because you already did the setup for the. It's kind of like the initialization process for the dock, except just a sign-in. It's going to be a multi-user thing, the kind of like the multi-user sign-in in general. So then after that, you have. So then after that, you have to set up a password, like a PIN password, and then that gets sent to the dock. It gets placed in pass. This one can be, fuck, I don't want it to be password protected like that. The GPG key, all that sort of stuff, right? It gets placed in there. And then after that, you do every single time you open up the application to chat with the LLM, you have to type in the password, like the little pin, and then the TPM chip verifies that you are who you are, like you're your device. The LLM interceptor, it needs to be more load bearing, because if you already get past the pin one time, asking for the pin again is pretty much useless if you're not who you say you are. Maybe the LLM interceptor doesn't exist. Unless you set up a second password. A safety password. In which case that becomes a little more load bearing. Yeah, then keep the LLM interceptor. Add that to the workflow here, to the chain. Widowy, 90%. Alright, I figured out a major fucking security problem for like a temporary kind of a situation. I mean, I think this is pretty solid. It's borderline borderline fucking Telegram secure. I mean, it is borderline that secure. So I think I recreated essentially a little bit of how their fundamental security infrastructure is supposed to function. So yeah, that's actually what I ended up fucking doing. Fuck. Launch an Opus sub agent. Alright, so let me go ahead and close terminal. Open terminal, move up, go. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yes. Bloop. Okay, cool. Quad. Ups. CD / desktop. This / desktop / one repos ls. CD archiver _ tool. Okay, clear. Quad. Right / resume. Alright, I just restarted the terminal application. Let's go ahead and run that one cron command again. Let's launch it at 121. The one from this context window. Let's see. Ah, here it is. I'm trying to get this done before 2:20 a.m. I got 1 hour, 59 minutes. If I could finish this shit, oh my god. Was that soon enough? I think it might have launched a little bit. I think we might have set it up for too soon. I think it was set up, by the time it was set up, it was already 121 potentially. Alright, so let's try setting it up. I just restarted the terminal, so I mean it should be working already. It does have the access for app and for the disk. Terminal does, and so does, oh, I didn't do app access for cron though. Does it need that? But it's not even triggering. Beforehand, at the very least, it was. Yeah, let's do 3+ minutes. Let's give it another go. Where the fuck am I messing up? This is additional context. Am I missing anything here? Can we also launch an Opus subagent to double check this? What could potentially be going wrong? So what if we give it like a specific folder that it can work out of? I just saw this video. If we sandbox the fucking folder that it works in, so it only has the access like a whitelist of locations where it can access. You can set up those permissions on the PKG install. Also, here's another one. So, in terms of like the LLM in general, so Cloud Code or even Terminal, instead of giving it full disk access, what about just giving it a limited access? And would it still need full disk access in order to be able to work within a certain folder? Like just within a certain folder, and have all of the bash commands pointed towards working within that folder? and then triggering the actual LLM to work within that folder, like CDing into it and then just working from there. Why does it do that? Add that to the design for this. Also, like for the that file that I showed you, the .md for the future features. All right, so we're at 130. God, my hip wants to pop. Oh, there it is. Oh, it just popped so nicely.
They won't even let me in there because they go, no, that girl is loco. I think you could probably use a little bit of the normal
Hey,
so
Elise.
I'd walk on in.
I don't think we should see each other anymore.
I don't have to do. I was kidding. I was like, so I don't have to do any of that. I wouldn't even have to do any of that kind of stuff anymore.
I just don't think we should see each other.
You're lying. I wouldn't even know. I would be. I can't hear. I can't hear. Let's keep walking. Can we keep walking? Can we go to dinner?
I'm gonna go this way.
Can we go to dinner? No, they won't even let me in there because they go, no, that girl is loco. I think you could probably use a little bit of the normal
Hey,
so
Elise.
I'd walk on in.
I don't think we should see each other anymore.
No.
Let me in there because they go, no, that girl is loco. I think you could probably use a little bit of the normal
Hey,
so
Elise.
I'd walk on in.
I don't think we should see each other anymore. I'm on a weak foot.
God damn it. Really? Wait, /loop is a cron command. Wait, I can use /loop as a cron command for Claude? We could do that to call it a night for now, but I didn't know I can just fucking do that. God damn it. Also, here's another thing that it could potentially be. I don't have, it doesn't have, like, cron and Claude Code itself doesn't have permissions to my whole system. It only can work within the archiver. Folder. Like this particular archiver folder, if I try to do it without CDing into this archiver folder, I get asked if I want to give it access. Well, that's fine. That's fine for now. I mean, shit, it gets it done. Yes, do it up. I'm so fucking curious. I want to figure this shit out. Oh my god, dude. At 1:50, I'm gonna start this, or 2 a.m. I'm gonna start this up again. Fuck, dude. I stayed up so late.
The president has suffered two major court losses today.
Yay!
Not a great day for him in court. Let's break it down. The first, a federal judge in New York ordered him to immediately pay $5 million to Eugene Carroll for sexually assaulting her after the Supreme Court rejected a review of his appeal. He's already paid that money into the court coffers, the court registry, so that money's already on its way to Eugene Carroll today. She's getting $5 million today. That money's already been paid. In the second, a federal appellate court has ruled that Donald Trump's name must remain off of the Kennedy Center. The Trump administration, the Kennedy Center board, they've been fighting in the courts trying to get it.
When is the sentencing for Donald Trump's convictions? But did they do the sentencing? Wasn't there supposed to be like a sentencing that occurs on like in July this year? Wasn't there anything like regarding his sentencing happening July of this year? So as soon as he leaves office, he gets sentenced. But he can't be sentenced after having become president because he had been appointed president. So he needed to become president in order to avoid sentencing. Why? Zero. Unconditional discharge? What the fuck?
President has suffered 2 major court.
But at least that woman got a little bit of justice, dude. I love her stuff. Her stories are great. Banana, 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 living easy, living free. Season ticket on a one-way ride. Asking nothing, leave me be. Taking everything in my stride. Have no reason, got no rhyme, hearing nothing I would rather do. Going down, party time. My friends are gonna be there too. Yeah, we're on a highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. On the highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. Ba-na-na. Got no stop signs, no speed limits. Nobody's gonna hold me now. They say I'm gonna spin it. Hey mama, look at me playing in a rock and roll band. Hey, we're on a highway to hell. I'm on a highway to hell. On a highway to hell. I'm on the highway to hell. Ba-na-na. What? But I am signed in. I'm signed into my on my computer. If I type in Claude from anywhere, it launches. Is this gonna... Wait, so does this require me to use the API instead of using... Like, I can't use Claude Code? So how do I set that up? Can you give me the bash commands to do that? I might need to fucking go in blackout. Alright, so it was a Claude thing. Alright, I'll be back. Let me actually go ahead and cancel my Claude API thing just so I don't accidentally get... Alright, I just did it. Am I supposed to save it anywhere? Yep, I'm happy I fucking blacked that out. You can't see. Can I check the status of it somewhere? if I delete my organization inside of Claude API tools, does that delete my max plan? I see. Alright, cool. That way I don't get charged for the fucking other shit. Oh shit. I didn't include the other stuff that's below it with the organization ID. Hold on a second, y'all. Sorry, you can't see this shit. You literally can't see this. You could like actually use my shit if I... damn it, dude. I fucking despise this shit. I hate that this doesn't work like this. Oh my god, dude. So fucking annoying. Why can't I fucking just copy things normally, dude? Why can't I just do that? Why does it have to be such a fucking pain in the ass to do that? Save and quit. If it's Vim, escape, then WQ, then enter. Escape. Then this, WQ. And did that. Alrighty, so you can't see shit right now. I have it saved somewhere else, but let's see how this goes.
Step, and that investigators are urged to essentially pursue this case with urgency and transparency as family deserves. Nolan, for those who may not know, was described by his family and those around him as a quote, having worked at the baseline of the this last for 19 minutes with the right receiver on school football team, good students, and when you know his story, you know the team's talking about it, as his family seeks justice, accountability, and the results of a thorough investigation. Given more updates turning over a tragic case.
Someone told me something that will give me perspective. Imagine you're looking at your 10-year-olds. And your 10-year-old self is holding on to me. And what about in this
Okay, it's 204. And I don't see the file anywhere that it's supposed to make within the workflow. Is it actually running the workflow for poop.md? Where is it? Where's poop 2? Oh, here's poop 2. And it says poopy. Hooray! Hell yeah. Yeah, clean up the whole thing. Can you check before you do that? Can you check the full scope of everything just to make sure that everything landed in the what landed in the database? How much time did it take? Does it say that? How many tokens did it take? Does it say that? I want give me the full feedback of everything that you find for everything that includes. Basically, that makes this a pass. It did the thing though, so that's a good thing. That means I can close this. That would have cost me 5 cents. Hold on a second. Did that actually cost me 5 cents, or is that... So it says it cost me 5 cents, but did it actually cost me 5 cents? Beautiful. Also, okay, here's the thing. Can it output what models were used during the workflow and how much was used per model if it's like a multi-agent workflow? Then let's add a column per model. So all of them, haiku, sonnet, opus, fable, and then true, false, true, false, true, false. And then after each one of them, do input, output, input, output, input, output. Per model. So basically it's like haiku, input, output, sonnet, input, output. Or like, you can call it haiku, and then haiku or H input, H output, sonnet, then S input, S output, opus, O input, O output, fable, F input, F output, like that. And then also, fuck it, add a total cost. Add a cost column as well per model. Fuck it, the data's there, might as well collect it. Who knows what that could be used for? I mean, fuck, I can think of a couple companies that wouldn't mind something like this. So then what you can do is basically, yeah, fuck yes. So can we add those as part of the default template for the per task? And then can we... Here's another question. Instead of doing it a new table per task, should we potentially just do one table that has that's like a database of all of the tasks, and then we can filter by task? Because we could just do that. You know what I mean? That way it's not, we don't have to chase around potential databases that might or might not exist. And then the only other one would be the averages, and it would basically gather averages by task, but not like a new entry every single time. It would actually do the math for each one to populate each one. It would update the corresponding row, and if the row for the task didn't exist, then it would add it. And then the next time it would basically do the average in relation to the current, like all of the other ones. And you know what I'm saying? Can we put Opus on this? An Opus sub agent? Please continue. Basically, it finished like almost 36 tasks in what would have been like 3 hours and change. Also, feel free to delete all the stuff related to the last test with the poop .md file. Also, all the test output from it. So like the database stuff, the poop2.md, all that sort of stuff. I think it was already deleted actually. Oh, nice. Oh, perfect. Can you update the, can you talk to the current model that's working and give it another task? Basically tell it to remove the test run when it finishes, like basically so it basically doesn't delete the workflows or anything like that, or the outputs of the workflows. That way it doesn't delete the work, because that was only for the test. Does the command currently work like that? Actually, answer that before actually doing anything else. Don't do anything else until I give you the green light. And just double checking the actual yes, please. So just double checking the workflow. Basically, everything's is already scheduled to go, and for 3 a.m. And then basically it's not going to start number 2 until number 1 says done, right? Okay, perfect. Let's see what it's capable of doing. Let's see if we could scrape that last little 3% before fucking 2:20 a.m. Please continue. Three, 2, 1. Right? Soon. 12:19. 12:19. 2:19. And come on. There it is. Alright, and then let's see if it can handle the other big one. I'm so excited and nervous and just, oh my god, I can't wait. Add to this to-do list, add to the to-do list for Workday from this. I know this is kind of like, well, make a ticket for this, yeah? Actually, make a ticket for this and then add it to my to-do list as well. So basically, the other thing that we're going to need for this is maintenance scripts. To basically, like in the case that a workflow fails or doesn't, why would we want to count that within our completed workflow count, like in terms of averages and stuff like that? And then basically another ticket to start making cron lint tasks for basically like running lint, but for specific files instead of doing it like, so essentially just making another .md file that's for lint, except basically have it also but have it just be like named like Monday underscore lint underscore and then file set .md, and then that way when it logs it, then it can have a constant file set for that particular workflow, and then just have it do it once a day or once every 2 days. You get what I'm saying? Just like doing cron tasks like that for the code base. And then that way we can track how many tokens it uses and all that sort of stuff consistently across the board. And then I would honestly like a UI for this eventually, in terms of token counts and being able to like access this database. That'd be kind of cool actually. I think this is a nice little fucking tool. So now basically I'd be able to send a task to Claude Code and then have it fucking do this. So essentially what we built out tonight, just so y'all can see, because I ended up not fucking wasting my time, just so y'all can see I didn't waste my time, check this shit out. We did this. We did this. We did this. Oh shit. Let's also include at the bottom of like the baked in to the actual shell command. So I think this might be in the single one, not in the loop, but have it also add this specific phrase into the actual Claude. So it's basically like for the Claude command, so it'll do the .md file and then also add, once the workflow is done, please add a report to this folder of the output of the tasks that were given, any errors that came up or anything like that, or any issues that came up, into here, into this folder. Name it the task, or date the task, date like computer date, so year, month, day, all separated by underscores, underscore again, and then the actual file, node.md, obviously. Oh no, yeah. Underscore report dot md, and then the full output. The LLMs have it make a summary basically of the task, what was completed, what went well, what failed, all that sort of stuff, and then place it in there. Don't make a ticket for this. This is something that we could do right now, I think. And we can also test it with another poop.md file. Cron, make it 5 minutes from now. And then test for everything. I mean, you don't have to set up all the other stuff for it. Just literally check it, and then after, if it passes, then cool. It should come up with its own thing because it's asking the LLM to please write a summary to add to, like, basically to make for the file and all that stuff. So it should literally do it by its own phrase, like whatever it says. You know what I mean? There's no constant. It's like a person was reporting something. Oh yeah, so this is the other, oh fuck, I'm sorry dude, you didn't actually even see this shit. I was just literally talking out loud to the computer. So basically we did that, this, but now we have the report in there. That's what I was missing. We got the token used, input, output, we got the lost task, all that shit. We did this, we did this, we didn't do that. We're gonna go here. We did this. Also, do we have it updating the averages at in the Python command that controls the SQL database? Perfect. Alright, we're on 13 out of how many? 16 more. We have 27 out of 36, so 9 more basically left over. So this is going to be good running for a little bit. This doesn't use that many tokens, to be completely honest. We're at 7% after how many minutes? 10? Not the worst thing in the world. Could be better, not the worst. Oh, perfect. Wait, I would actually kind of like that to be a... Oh no, that is the runner. So it actually populates with whatever. Alright, let's see what this does. I'm so curious. Alright, I'm gonna stand up for a split second. I'm fucking exhausted of sitting. Ah, fuck. I ended up putting in another 7 hours. Sweet. So yeah, pretty much, wow, that's crazy. Alright, so, waiting for that. This is running still. 13. So we have another... How many more B is there? How many more Bs? Like, it's on B13 right now. This should be done in 30 minutes. 4 more batches, maybe. It did 16 or 12 in 3 hours, so that's 4 per hour. It might be another hour. I don't want to wait, so I'm gonna go to bed. Alright, supposedly this shit's gonna run. Let's see if this shit runs. Alright, it ran and I see the report there. Let me take a look at it. Oh my god, dude. Then give me the output of the SQL table, please. And then what does it say in the averages table as well? And then Can you please just show me column and table? Can you recreate it here, in here? Like the column and table and rows? Why does the one above look so dirty? I mean, I can see it, but I don't see, like, it's like, it's very, very huge, and I guess it's, like, not formatted how the other one is formatted. Can you format this, please? Use haiku, nice. That costs 6 cents for poopy? Poopy costs 6 cents. Poopy costs 6 cents, dude. What the fuck? That is nuts. I'm so curious to see the actual cost of the fucking thing. And averages did its thing, right? Alright, so for the averages, it should be... Fuck. We can't do it by the duration, I mean the average percent. It should be all of the variables from the other table, but averaged out essentially. Every other variable that we have there. Because it's not 78.63%. Because it's not 78.63% of all your weekly tokens, so we should take out percent, to be completely honest. Run this by Opus subagent, and then also have it recommend me, like make recommendations, please. It keeps hearing O off. I'll answer them in this chat, but run the recommendations by me in this chat from the subagent, and then run it to the subagent and have it continue from there. Because this thing is starting to get saturated as shit. And that's a Python script, that's not too bad. This is a cool little tool I built. That's a fun little fucking thing. That way I can see how many tokens things take. How do people see the percentage of their there's people that have tools that show the percentage of their token usage. How do people see that? How do they get that data in their own applications and not within the Anthropic website or the Anthropic Cloud Code tool? Wait, so you can only track? Can you only track the token API, like for the token usage for APIs? You can't track for the max plan? I want to see this. I want this. So basically, it's not going to be out of 100%. Now it's going to be basically just doing the tokens, the duration, the like stuff like that, right? And it should do duration maybe in whatever unit of measurement it shows it in. Maybe also add the unit of measurement. Shit, that's another one. Can you update the sub-agent to also include that? And just make sure, once again, that it has average number in, average number out. And we don't need average percentage out. That makes no sense. Average duration, yes. But average number in, average number out per model. Just, it should basically mirror the other one, the other table that's per task. But basically just be averaging it. $14, nice. Got 2 more to go. Oh, I'm almost awake for the fucking thing I'm supposed to be asleep for. That's gonna actually be a lot of tokens. Fuck. Well, we'll see. Alright, I'm gonna go to bed. That's it. Alright, I'm going to bed. It's fucking 2:47 a.m. I ended up doing a full 7-hour workday, so fuck me. But it's a good thing. It's also a good thing. It's a good thing to work. It's a good thing to get these in, these reps in, this stuff in. I got a solid amount of shit. I got a solid amount of shit done, so I think it's gonna be looking good. To be completely honest, I'm kind of excited. I'm really excited. We ended up building the thing that we set out to do today. Meanwhile, working on these tickets. Now, this is super useful. I'm gonna be working on that simultaneously while I work on this stuff, to be honest. Fuck, I have way too much shit to build now and I don't have enough tokens. Fuck, dude, I wish I had the fucking other max plan because I would have, what is it, like 4 times more? Is the $100 max plan, I mean the $200 Claude max, is the $200 Claude max plan 4x of the $100 one, or is it just 2x? Well, that's not super crazy. Wait, that's like 4x though. Wait a minute. If it says that this is why the math doesn't make no fucking sense. So check this out. The $100 plan gives you 5x the baseline pro usage, around 225 messages per 5-hour window. The $200 plan gives you 20x the baseline pro usage, roughly 900 messages per 5-hour window. How does that fucking make sense? That's almost 4x of the $100 plan. Isn't it? Then they say it's roughly 2.1x. How does that make sense? The math ain't mathin'. So you would hit a monthly. So basically they add a monthly quota on top of the weekly quota. God damn it. That's so crazy. Right, but okay, wait a minute. Do they still give you the same amount of monthly tokens without limiting? No, wait, what? So basically, okay, now I get it. They give you 4x weekly usage, but you get an X amount of monthly usage. If you actually distribute it so you can just use it normally, you're actually doing 2.1x for like 7 days a week, let's say. If like it's the same as your Claude Code normal plan, but then you have a monthly quota that basically limits it down to the 2.1x. But if you wait, you could technically go 4x per week if you wanted to. God damn it. Huepuña. Now I see. Then check immediately right after, like immediately right after, like 30 seconds after the fucking minute, because it only takes like 2. Okay. Wait, so it just ran no problem? If that's the case, then there was nothing for me to actually press this time. I didn't even realize that it had run. So everything ran exactly as it was supposed to? We good! I didn't even realize that it ran. That's how it's supposed to be. So B14 is running right now here. God damn it, dude. I wish this was not so huge. Let's do a git push of the stuff that we worked on here within this context window, please. Thank you. Full workflow. And I know it's not going to include anything in terms of the intent file or anything like that, so it's fine. Just run it. Full workflow. Whatever you need to run, wherever it falls in there. Actually, not just this. Do it for all of the stuff in here. And let's call this end of day here at 3 a.m. on July 9th. The start of day was on July 8th. Alright, so I ended up working on a whole different workflow actually. Alright, so essentially in the future, this is the goal. During the day, I'm gonna work on the stuff that like design, setting things up, doing all that stuff. During the night, this shit's gonna run. I'm mostly gonna be using Sonnet from now on, I think. Unless I really need some sort of like input from Opus. But like most of the time I think I'm gonna be running Sonnet. So most of during the day I'm not gonna be burning through that many tokens in all honesty. So yeah, it's doing a git push now, so we're good there. It's only doing the work, like the actual LLM agent stuff, and then the to-do features and all that sort of stuff. That's a different thing. The repo stuff, the actual code base for the I don't know what workspace.json is. So, oh, that's for Obsidian. Okay, that makes sense now. I thought this was a Claude thing. I was like, what? Why didn't it push code writing mode? Wait a second, why didn't it push the code writing loop? The ledger I understand. The ledger I understand, but the code writing loop is fine. It's set, isn't it? It doesn't update during the workflow, right? It shouldn't. Yeah, so then basically at night when everything costs less, because check this out, I was at 47% in the morning, like during the like a couple of hours, like an hour ago, and I was at 47% for the week, and I was at 30%. I was at 0% for the current session. Now I'm at 50% for the week, and I'm at 30% here. So during the night, definitely tokens they go further. So I'm just gonna set cron tasks all night. And I'll have this shit running. Right now it's just burning tokens because honestly, like all this shit, like I have like a wall of work to go through still, literally, and it's just like by the time this is done, I should have like 100 tickets down. I should be down to the hundreds of tickets, which would be fucking amazing. Oh my god, dude, that'd be incredible. So now the only thing that's actually left. Yeah, just do a quick follow-up, go for it. Now this shit right here. Oh my god, dude, I can't wait until it starts working on the front end. It's 3:09 a.m. Fuck. Pause it after this one. Question, what is B15, B16? Do either of those touch any of the front end stuff? B15 and B16, do either of those touch the front end stuff? Fuck. Ah, son of a bitch. Can we stop the cron workflow? Pause it, like just stop them, cancel them. Both of them. Is it possible to see what they did? Because they might have fucked up a bunch of shit. Or were they still in the planning phase? Hopefully. Because I need to check, because right now there's another workflow working that is actually touching all of the front end stuff. Usually most of this stuff is back end, and I didn't even think. Don't touch the code base though, please don't touch it. So B15 and B16 both touch front end. Oh my god, thank god. Holy shit, dude. That's great. Because right now the other workflow has this running. So once again, let's get these jobs up and running. But started at fucking like 4 a.m. Yeah, I think this is safe. Holy shit, dude. I can't believe I just did that. That was so close. That's the reason why you need fucking... That's why you need those fucking... Yeah, it'll definitely be done by 4 a.m. It's not gonna take fucking all that time. It's already almost done with 15. It's just updating the fucking stuff. Holy shit. I wanna see it fucking finish. All right, I'm gonna stop recording for a little bit because I'm just done recording. But I'm just so excited for tomorrow. I feel like Christmas. It feels like fucking Christmas. I'm not gonna lie. Like I want this thing to finish. I'm just so fucking afraid after what happened. I just want to make sure that this shit fucking stops before 4 a.m. because I have 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't think it's gonna take 40 minutes to do this one. Let me see how many tickets this one has. How many tickets does B16 have? I after what happened, almost happened there, that was a big fuck up. Almost a big fuck up. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna trust this. There's only one ticket in B16. And it's in dock init. So, yeah. I have some front end stuff I gotta take care of too. I don't know how it's gonna affect the fucking ledger. I hope that this fucking works out. This should just be literally a redistribution of things. It shouldn't fuck up the whatchamacallit, the actual structure or like the functions. It's literally just a redistribution of the things, of the stuff. So I do believe this is gonna work. Let me just double check with this thing one more time. Just double checking. There are steps to check the work within the syntax refactoring. Well, step 1 for the revamp refactor. Correct? Does it loop in the case that it fails? So basically 3 cycles. If it fails 3 times in a row, it will stop retrying. So then that way it doesn't like drain my tokens. Oh shit, I mean, well, fuck it, whatever. We'll see what happens. Alrighty. This thing's almost done. It's honestly probably going to take like another 10 minutes, if that. And then in 30 minutes, my shit's going to run. I can't fucking wait. I'm going to give you back... I'm going to report back what fucking happens, but I'm very fucking excited. Let me tell you that. Alrighty. I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. Three, 2,